Why, hello there. Tweak that a little bit here in just a second. Let's make sure everything's fine and dandy. That's all right. Sunny day, and my green screen has a little bit different lighting on it. You tell me of your state. You seem okay. How about you? You're good too. Okay, excellent. We, I think, are ready to rock on that. Let me fix this. Ba 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 ba. I adjusted a couple things as I continue to try to get like the best of all worlds here. Do that maybe. I'm kind of disappearing now. That's not ideal. Let's take that back down. It's having the same problem. Alright, we'll do a different way. Try that. There we go. That's better. Alright, so we need this. There. Okay, we were working on this. We need to figure out what we're gonna do to make this not wiggle. And I started thinking that this does need to be a row. So that expanded works there and here. You're a row because you hold the both buttons when we're in edit mode over here. And that's fine. I think I want to do a little bit more breathing room between them. Hello to you there as well, Mr. Duvalkeen. How's it going today? So we've got two different widgets. But inside of our gesture detector, if we do a sized box in here, because this is a scrolling widget, I believe that we can get away with height, like maybe 45. Oh, well, that pushes you out of there. Oh, because you're not... The row doesn't fill with its expandedness that way. It's okay. I think we can do this still too. And just give them room. Nope, we can't. Okay, yeah, I think we tried that yesterday too, actually, now that I see that behavior. In here, yeah, you're not overflowing anymore. Oh, well, maybe you are, actually. Why are you? It's rebuilt. You shouldn't be overflowing anymore. Okay. Not overflowing, right? Yes, good. Oh, it's when that... Okay. It's when we swap. So we will want to address that. Well, you can't be expanded because you're inside of a gesture detector, but I believe that this is allowed to be out here and still work. Curious to know what you think of design patterns. After reading a book on them, I'm convinced that while they can be interesting examples of behavior, some focus on them too much. Yeah, I've never really studied a ton of them. I don't really find that I've ever read much about them that, I was like, oh yeah, I should know all about all of those. I have a really hard time consuming any like computer sciencey content like that because it's always written as though I already know everything about it, right? Um, with this sort of sneering academic, you know, imperiousness about it. Like I don't give a shit at all about computer science puzzles, and you know, when somebody wants to talk to me about monads, I want to slap them. I don't give a shit. I like to build cool things, right? So I pick up things that are useful along the way as long as I can find something that doesn't want to spend 16 pages giving things fancy names for no reason, right? Like, notable examples are interfaces and dependency injection, right? You try to read material on that if you don't know what they are. And it's so drawn out and it assumes you know everything in the world about everything they're talking about already. When they're so simple, right? An interface just tells you that anything that is this interface should be able to do the things that the interface can do. It's just a promise, right? And dependency injection is you just feed in the thing that they're going to use, basically. And, you know, those were just notable examples that I remember when I was trying to initially understand them early on, where I was very, very frustrated. Um, and then, like, same with, you know, the clean code books. I've read, like, 1 3/4 of his books. And he's got some good ideas in there. There are things that I try to implement or try to keep in mind, you know, but, like, I find no value in the, well, a function should only be 6 lines long. Yeah, it's not how it works, especially not in Flutter and Go. I definitely agree about the sneering academic attitude. The descriptions in this book felt like the author had a mandate to use the largest woods they can find. Exactly. Like, are you... It's written to impress other academics, not to communicate ideas. And I reject that wholeheartedly. Okay. Yes. All right. No, we haven't fixed that. We need to make sure we fix that. So if I edit you now, oh no, things get real bad. Oh, because you're in between. Okay, yeah. This doesn't need to wrap this whole widget at all. It only matters here. Making life more difficult on myself than I need to. Okay, so we still have an overflow issue there. Air text expanded. Theoretically, this one shouldn't even be needed. A little bit confused. As to why everything's so weird. Let me check here. It's immutable, editable to it's text. Otherwise, it's editable name tag name field. It gives me a row and a text. And you can't be expanded, even though at this level you would be inside of a row. And I think because I have too many rows here, I think. You're the main row that holds the two different, the buttons and the cancel and save buttons and the text field itself. I don't know if flexible. Okay, you don't have these things, which I do want. Because this is the row between, or that holds the inner widget and the buttons. And we're actually overflowing. In here. Even without the expanded. If we do this, it's supposed to say to this row, you need to be as long as you can. There, okay, that worked. Now we're only overflowing here. You're expanded to be as wide as you can be. This row is expanded with a flex. And you still overflow there at smaller resolutions. Why are you allowed to overflow? You do so even without that spacing, and this just makes it worse. It's because these two. It's because these aren't expanded, but if we do, tags, if we expand these, then they're going to have an unbound height, I believe. Because this will tell them that they need to fill up their space, but not go above it or over it, right? But the column is a scroller. Yeah. Incoming height constraints are unbound. So what we probably have to do is actually wrap it with yet another row, which is awful, but Expanded. Should be there, I believe. Okay, and now... Oh, that put me around... It's too far. It needs to be around these guys, not a button. Seeded that. Do a row. Alright, what do we got going on here? They still have unbound height? Doesn't seem right. This is expanded within the column. Odd that it worked when we had the buttons on the ends. That was odd. Let's take you out of there again really quick. We'll do a nice clean launch here. Okay, everything broken. Render box with no size. Hang on, how did that happen? Did it change something else? Take that out. We added this row to test our theory. Oh, it must be that. That works. Okay. That gets us back to only slightly broken. Alright, so let's think about this. When was it? Is it this that we should do to tell you to grow on the to fit within your space horizontally? No, we still overflow there. It's like this is pushing out of its parent, if I'm not mistaken. Let's double check that. Select widget. Many widgets, selecting them all. There we go. That'll get us in the right neighborhood. So we have a row here. Something about eyeball. And it's only by 2.4 pixels. Gets worse as we collapse it, though. It's not actually you. Doesn't look like. Here's my expanded. this row here is overflowing. Why are you overflowing? Is it just because you have nowhere to possibly go? I think it might be, actually. Interesting. Okay. That's helpful, actually. It tells me that I was on the wrong track with what I was looking at up here. Where did you go? There you are. Okay, so this is probably fine. It's this is just too dang small. Even though in theory, you should actually have two. I don't think I need this. Could be wrong. Oh, no, I do need that. If I don't give you an expanded, then you'll fit. Because this will expand to fill the space. There we go. That's what I was doing wrong. So this will expand to fill the space, except for those buttons. And we got a little bit of room between them. And the smaller it gets, it just gives until everything fits. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's one issue taken care of. Let's change this up. Hang on. Let's do older albums here. Oops. This is a good one. All right. We still gotta fix the wiggles. Let's see if we can get something in here that is sane. Can I get away with, now that we've fixed our other issues, the sized box? And I actually want you to be around everything. That way, we always have the same size. That's going to break that, though. Because now, right, incorrect use of parent data? Yeah. Okay, so I can't do that. What if I was to put my expanded outside of that? This is the closer to the row. That goes away. How about that? Seems okay. Check it at a larger. Yeah, okay. And now Can I put you all inside of a sized box? No. Oh, no, no. That is what I meant to do. Okay. Yes is the answer. Now, if I give you height, we'll do, I guess we'll do 50. Why not? Makes things weird. I don't think it's a, even if we just made it huge for testing purposes, like the layout is different between these two widgets. Okay. So let's go back to like 40 maybe. Okay, that's too small because it's pushing it down. Still not. That's more akin. So now the whole list doesn't wiggle, but you wiggle within it. And it's also, the spacing is wonky. But you see, it moves down. Let's actually look. What are you complaining about? I don't see any errors. I don't think there's any errors anymore there, bud. You can get a hold of one of them. There we go. Constrained box. Didn't really take me. Oh, I guess I was in the background constrained box. Come on, give me a. There we go. So I'm in my row. Tag name field. Yeah, you're at the top start. But if I expand it, you're in the middle, basically. Might be a function of the fact that there's other layout widgets in there to, you know, make the line and all that stuff. We could do an alignment. I think it is. It's alignment or align. Yep, it's a line. It's gotta be. And then you have an alignment. Left, center left. We do that. That'll pull you guys over. Still in widget select here. Oops. That's better. The text gets a little bit bigger. I'm okay with that. They wiggle just a little. I want this gesture detector to be bigger, though. Let's see if we can get that. To do that, I would need to put it back. Let's get that out of there. That. think I can put you around the whole row. Well, then you won't be in there. I guess you would have to be around the sized box, which is fine, I think. Everything should still be okay there. No, except for... this doesn't have a width. I guess I can put you in a row. Which would theoretically stretch that space out, right? It's not. Because its children don't want it to be huge. I could expand this to fill the space, perhaps. I just want to make it so that you don't have to, like, click only on the word. That's not working, though. Let's take a look here in Inspector again. Not. Whoa. Why did you do that? Get it to grab something. It's close. There we go. Okay, so my gesture detector. Well, that should be the whole thing. It's because there's a parameter for this. It's letting things pass through. When it shouldn't be. Scroll scale factor, false. Hit test behavior. Opaque. Yes, there we go. Now you can get sloppy with the click. Anywhere within this row will do. And it'll get a little bigger, which is fine. Okay. That's closer to what I want. I also want, though, a dividing line. Kind of like we used to have. That was kind of nice, maybe. And also the spacing is different between these guys. Do that. I have to do that way around. That way, if you don't provide it, it's not editable. And then this becomes right here. Oh, if I spell it correctly, it'll work better, I bet. If it's editable, then go ahead and set the state. Otherwise, it'll get ignored. like so. Okay, so this guy can always be editable tag name field. The editable is tag is immutable tag. This is the inverse of this. And then that can go away. There we go. And these guys aren't. All right. I would like these to be just a little bit smaller if I could. It's gonna mess this up though. Is there a way? It's because it needs room for that. So the answer is kind of no. We could maybe... Is there a text style? There is. We could make the font a little bit smaller. That's still going to make that wonk, though. I think. It doesn't look like the correct size to my eyeballs is. That looks closer. I get away with maybe 55. I don't think I can move the error text. I can do... Was it, I think it was helper text. Do that. That's just always going to reserve that space, which is already kind of what it does. Maybe it was hint text. Forget, there's one of them that helps some of this sometimes. I don't think it's that one. Sure why you're always red, but yeah, not doing anything. Is there a... There is an error. If error text is not empty, oh, this is, one of error and error text can be specified. Okay. But where is the... Non-null orders color animates to red and the helper text is not shown. You should be null. More elaborate errors require consider using error instead. Your text becomes that. Reset and close field. Ah. It's because it got reset, but not null. There we go. And that actually throws... Okay, so that's where the error space was still being reserved. So that's where that helper or hint, whichever one it said, came in. But if we assume that the expected state is to not have errors, this can get smaller. Still good. Okay, breaks down there a little bit. 35. 40 gives it a little bit more room to breathe. I think 40 is probably best. Okay, so then if we have a trubs, oops, you get your error message, but then that's going to break. Crap. Okay. So that's where we need to have, what did it say? Helper text. So if this is an empty string, it'll always resolve that or reserve that space. What is the difference, really? Oh, helper is a whole widget. Helper text is just text. Okay. Okie dokie. So basically, in order to make the error work correctly, we can either make it taller, or we can do something else with the error text. It'll push it a little bit up. That's fine with me, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're getting there. I'm just not super happy. Like it's so spread out. I don't like that. But let's go ahead and type the correct file name. And let's double check everything we have in here. We do dispose you, okay. Theoretically, I shouldn't need to do that. I don't think. This should be okay. So we basically added a selector. Well, we did a couple things. I should have broken this up a little bit better than I did. But I'm just gonna commit it. It'll be fine. Make the selection clear on focus loss in the tag autocomplete field. Add the needed code to the tag model and controller. No, not model. Just a controller to indicate which tags are immutable. Start building the tag edit widget. We'll do that. We're at a good point where things are mostly shaping up the way we want them to. We got some things to take care of still, but so we could do in here another row, I think, that can be empty most of the time. If error text is not null, like so, put in that widget. So that if we were to come in here, delete that, you take up kind of a lot of space though. So that causes other problems. Like we could make it smarter about its spacing, but I don't really want to go that path, I don't think. Hello to you as well. We could do something else though. We could pardon me. Choke on my own spit for a second. We could do some kind of a different some kind of a different thing with the where the edit field lives. My audio is low. You're the first person to say so. Is the audio okay for everybody else? I like how clear this is, though, as to what you're editing. Let's get that out of there. Maybe it's fine as long as we put... Maybe we need to do something else about the scroll. We have a layout builder in here. We know that we're going to want to do some stuff. Do we actually need this here? Hang on. No, we can get rid of that. We don't need that. You, first and foremost. Shape border. That's, this needs to be rounded rectangle border. I think the default, there we go. Let's square off the outsides, because everything in this UI is very square and angular. And Tyler, you said in Go, the server's in Go. The client and the editor are in Flutter. You. So if in here we have a sized box with the width, this is inside of can we do, instead of a column, well, I don't want to do a single child. I would have to keep the column if I want to do that, I think. So single child scroll view, child is the column, like this, except hi to you as well. This column also includes the add new button. I would want a column, oops, here as well, so that I can put you in a single child scroll view right there, and then have that be closed and the row come after that single child scroll, like that. Should give me, I need to add a new, this is not, that's not working, and it's because you're set to scrollable. That needs to go away. This would need to be main axis alignment, space between, so that the button lives at the bottom. And why can't I add more? It's either, let's see here. Single child scroll view ends there. Scroll direction is vertical by default. Why is my add new not adding new? Ew, everything is not working. What did I break here? Wrong map. This map. Go to our tags. Oh, okay. What's up with that? Set state. It because I didn't wire these up yet. We need to set state widget map state. Remove tag. Tag. Okay. That should get that going. Perfect. We also need to wire up our on saved here. New tag name. So we set state widget map state. What did I call you? I have too many things open. Hang on. I'm going to close down a bunch of these. That might still be useful. That's probably still useful. You remove tag. Tags remove. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Remove tag. Or no. Sorry. Duh. Add tag. No. This is the edit. Update tag at index. Because we just put it in. So I don't have an index here. I have a new name here. What was the syntax for that? I can get yield. Oh, but this is actually going to be a problem. If we filter this, the index won't be correct. So hang on. Let me not do that, because we are going to want to filter. Let's get you out of there. We'll go back to that. We're going to do this. We're just going to rename you update tag. We're going to take this out of there. We're going to say just at this level, you oh, but then I don't have the old name stuff. I can get it though from where I was. If tag is equal to old name and not tag controller, tag is immutable, old name, then this one I can do so I still need to know. Take a little look-see here. There is... Oh, okay, so I've done this wrong. It's this like so. Indexed, like so. Okay, now tag controller, change tag at index, index, new name. Save the tags, notify listeners. That way here, I know what tag it used to be, and then this, oops, not you, new tag name, there we go. Oh, you needed those, there we go. Okay. Now. Delete is not going to work there because you're not actually named that, right? Yeah, okay. We need to go fix that really quick. Or... why aren't you? What are you called? You should be named Foo. Theory. Let's go look at engine, the editor, config tags. You're there. Why aren't you deleting? Remove tag, string target tag. Because we lowercased here. We didn't save at lowercase. When we changed the name... Hey, Sad, how's it going? We only allow lowercase tags. So we have screwed up that way. Now... then it updates to lowercase and it's deletable. Perfect. Okay, so if I add a couple more of these guys, and we don't have anything to do this automatically just yet. It's on the to-do list. Okay, so it's extending off and not scrolling like it's Spoda. We've given you a width. I want to give you, except for you're in the whole thing. I put the column in the wrong spot. Let me delete that really quick. So it stops yelling at me. I want... I want this to be like 70% of the max height. Okay, that's going to overflow things again, which is fine. It's because you also... I think I can expand you. I think. Yes. There we go. Now, let's give them a little bit more room to breathe. Oops, that's the wrong one. Wrong column. This column here. Space between, but also with a little room. A little more room. That's better. I could do a little bit more width. Oh, that's not going to fix that, though. I would like there to be maybe some padding here. Could give that a shot. I just want to scooch the sides in a little bit. Symmetric will be fine. Horizontal 20. Yeah, that way these icons aren't like rubbing right up against this bar. Okay, and it's still quite usable. Okay, perfect. Do kind of want to discourage a super long tag, but we'll go with it for now. You also got to like figure out, like, we probably don't want to have spaces in a real tag, right? Do I have milestones or target dates? Nope. It's not a thing that I know when it will be done. We just build until we can make a game, and then we make a game until we have a good game. Okay. So that'll give us some room, and it'll scroll. I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. I'd almost want... Should probably be outside of here. Like a container around the padding so that I can do theme of context, color scheme. Don't really want container, I don't think. Maybe I want a container. Okay, yeah, I do want a container. That's the one. Hello again, sad. That makes it clear that this is its own thing. All right. Let's go ahead and commit that. I'm happy with that. Okay. Fix bug where setting a tag name could or would make it mixed case instead of all lower. Make the tag list itself. Scrollable. Style it as a container. Square up the border. Let's try spelling commit correctly. Get that up. And then... Hey, get over there. Not what I wanted. Okay. All right. Filters and some other tag stuff. Let's do other tag stuff first. It should be not too bad. Instead of adding just a new tag, because this doesn't even fit that, we have in here a widget we can extract, or a utility we can extract for this function. It would have to be from we did it with the names on status effects. Status effects in the controller. Not there. Was it in the model? Shouldn't be. Informations, yeah, shouldn't be. Maybe it was in something else. Hang on. No data. That's just the widget. Maybe it was in skills and attributes. Toggle editor, skills and attributes, skills. It would have to be in the controller of one of these. Or am I crazy? New attribute. Where did we do that? Thought it was over here. That's effects. If I add a new, yeah. Maybe you are in the widget itself. It shouldn't be, but maybe I put you there. Maybe I did a dumb. Let's go back here real quick, just so we're ready to rock. So status effects for sure has it. Yeah, that's on the to-do list still. Here's my add new. Effects controller, new object. New object. Except for that doesn't. Just says new status effect. Add configurable button. Effects controller, new object. Is it in here? It is. It's an update item. Okay. And we need... to pull this out. But it's in the abstract class, that's why. Items here. If we because you use an interface, so we're allowed to do this. We'd have to give you a list of strings, which we can do. That's no problem. Let's do... Let's do just something in widgets here. It's only a widget, though. Guess we could do a new folder. Like a utils. Okay with that, I think. Any utils, we need a name incrementer, I guess we can call you. Just pull you over here. String get next name, I guess we can call it. It's going to take a list of string current items, right? And you can basically copy paste this whole guy into here to start with. And actually, we could call this something else. Could call you like string utils instead. I kind of like that better. Because and then this also needs to be provided the name. So we do that. Yeah, you don't need to be bracketed. You can just be that. Okay. This is current items. This is current items. No name, just that. And then we go through again. Oh, but then we matched on ID here. Why did I match on ID? These guys need to come over as part of this. But I won't have IDs. Hang on here. We go through, count our named instances, add the indices at which they exist. We go through our matches, incrementers, add. Oh, if you're null, we put a, why did we do that? Match incrementer. It's because we, okay, so if you don't have a match, we put 0 in. Capture group was not part of the match. Why did we put a 0 index in there? Otherwise, we parse out the int. Capture by the name capture group. Find lowest free incrementer, used incrementers. An early return there. I feel like this could be simplified. But it works, so we're not going to look at it too closely. We're just going to figure out Why was I matching on UUID here? Because this update needs to handle replacing as well as adding a new. That's why. In this case. So this is still fine. We just need to do this. We just omit this part, this check for this util. We have an early exit here. Which actually we don't need to do any of this for this. Because this just used to call that. And in either case, we just find, so all we need to do for you is say if name instances is less than 1. Well, actually, we also need to make sure yeah, okay, so if name instances is 1, we just return name. Because that means it's 0, right? I guess we could probably just say if it equals 0. That should be fine here. Otherwise, we need to format you though, don't we? Hang on. No, only if, okay, yeah. Oh, but I need to, okay, yeah, I can't do that. Wow, I can't type today. There we go. Find lowest free. These guys are also static. And where did my... There you are. So we find that, and then we return format incrementer set for you. Ah. I should be able to do this. Unnecessary use? Okay. Oh, right. Because, this needs to be name. So we find the lowest and format it. There we go. So then these guys go away because we need to adjust this behavior here. Since we no longer need to do all of this work, if the UUIDs match an existing thing, we just need to get this string utils, what I call you, get next name. You need to be imported. You need let's not do this. This needs to be that's not Dart. This needs to be list from items wait a minute, this isn't the right syntax. I need to do to list. Can I do this? Or am I just screwing up my syntax? I think I'm screwing up my syntax. You look up. Get list from of params from list of objects. It's probably a bad search string, really. Value from list of objects. It's where. That's what it is. Items where item except for I don't want to do that. I want all of them. I don't want to map it. I do have to map it though. Okay. I gotta do this and then to list at the end. That's what I gotta do. Okay, so then crazy work? It's not crazy. Then I do updated item name equals string utils get next name current items is current names. This is updated item name. So if we have no instances after we go through the list of current names, it just returns itself, so it's fine. So if we find you in the list, we set you to that. Otherwise, we continue on. This doesn't need to be set anymore. We already did it. There. That's all we need there, I think. Now, we have testing around this, I'm pretty sure. So, object controller base. It'll be in... here, perhaps. Effect, new duplicate name effect. Yeah, we have multiple tests around this. So we can use them to validate this really quick before we add... We should add testing around this itself, probably. But... this guy right here... everything should still pass. What's going on there? Okay, so we gained a space in there because I screwed that up. Right here. There. Okay, so test results are good there. What in the world is going on here? Advisories. Why am I getting... failed to decode advisories? Ah. Existing issues. CS failing. Wait a Dart version of zip on the server. Get it figured out. Okay. So they're on it. They know it's a thing. It's not my fault. That's all I care about. All right. So you, if we were to, I was already in. I want to go to editor. If we run this, everything should still pass. And it does. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead. And we're probably gonna, we should, we're gonna have to make the others use this as well. If we duplicated this implementation, I don't know if we did. So look. Okay. Break out the find next name yeah, functionality to a till switch to it for status for object controllers. I believe that this is actually the same because I think everything's an object controller. I think everybody... So status effects controller, find you, there you are. Extends object controller. Let's close this really quick. The status effects, skills and attributes. Skill controller, extends object controller. Yeah, that's how we were doing that to make it reusable for all of these guys. Attributes, attribute controller, extends object controller. Just now that these are different, we needed to pull it out again because we want to use this ability for our other stuff. It actually makes it a little bit easier to test, and we should go ahead and do that. That's all fine. Do that. Or other way around. String utils test. Flutter underscore test. There we go. That. Is it main? I can't remember. I can't remember the syntax for setting up test file here. Pull it over here. It's void main. That's why. Goes all into one. I don't need to set up all for this. I don't think. I just need to do test. String get next name not used. Be the simplest one. Okay, so we shouldn't need async for these guys. I do need, however, a drink. I will be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom and get a beverage, and then we'll write these tests really quick just to make sure nothing breaks in the future. There we go. Okay. So, if we had a list of string current names, and we had such things as full and bar in that list. And then if we had a new name, which was Baz, and this is not Go, so no walruses here, then we would expect that string result equals string utils get next name. I need to import you. Come on, do the thing. Get jerk. There we go. Get next name, current names, new name, like so. We would expect result to equal new name still. Reason, incremented name should be the same as new name. Okay. And we can run this just to make sure we're on the right path and everything is happy. Why don't I see? Oh, because that's turned off. There we go. All right. So we can do this again. Next name, simple. Simple. So if we added Baz to this, then we could actually do expected name should be Baz1, right? Incremented name is not correct. If we run this, everything's happy. Let's go ahead and put the D in that one because it's used, not use. This one, new name or next name used gap in increments. So if we did already have, let's say, a Baz1 in here, you get back in there, we would expect this to be a Baz2. Or sorry, no. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Baz1. Let's say Baz3. We still expect you to be a Baz2. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. To test, that is. Oh, yep. We forgot to put in a Baz1. Okay. There we go. And we probably also want to test next name used, but the unincremented is available. So if we had a Baz1 and we gave it Baz, we would expect not a Baz0, but just a regular unadorned Baz. And that seems to work as well. Okay. Is there anything... I think we're okay. I think that's all we really need to do for testing this. I don't think there's any other use cases. That's fine. Add test coverage for the next name. Get next name. Push that up. Okie dokie. All that is good. So now in our tag selector, we can use you when we do this. Add tag. Need to import string utils now. Get next name. New tag, but also we need widget, map, state, tags. Now, we go back to our running friend here, and this needs to be back on there before it trips me up. We go to here. We're going to delete these guys really quick. And now we get new tags added, as many as we like so. All right, perfect. Love that. So, let's also we can do a quick commit for you. What do we... Why is there two? Config tags. Oh, yeah, duh, because we changed the actual file. Derp. What is going on with my terminal here? We can commit you, that's fine. Consume new tag, or auto increment. New tag names. And actually, hang on. I want this to be engaged. I don't want to do this here. I want this to be used anytime we either add or change the name. So, because if you were to manually add a or change a name or whatever, right? So let's put you in here instead. Remove tag is fine. Change tag. This also needs to be tags, and then this is you, like so. Change tag, add tag, remove tag, that. Alright. this should still work. But then if I was to come in here and be like, this is west, it'll get one appended because west already exists. All right. Perfect. More better. And so we have changes to tags and tag controller. Yes. Wait. Tags. Yes. Consume new name incrementer helper when adding or modifying tags to prevent name overlap. Okay. That's more betterer. We need some filter action here. That probably... We also need to do a format on this thing. We're going to let the UI control this, I think. Because there's nothing really preventing you from having spaces. We just don't really support it. You should put them in as separate tags. In theory. We could also enforce it, though. We should... replace all. New tag. Wait. This. Except for I want this to be... I can do a regex inline. Any white space. Place that with the underscore character, and I also want to trim it. Necessary escape and string literal, but that's not an escape. Is there a better... what's the Dart string literal? They're all string literals, but why are you complaining about this in a regex then? Um, rostering. Okay, we prepend. There we go. That's what I was actually looking for. I was calling it the wrong thing. My bad. Okay. Alright, so we replace anything that's a space with an lowercase. Let's replace even multiple spaces. And if we're going to do this, we should do this. We do that. This should be capitalized for whatever reason. Okay. We can return this for now. And then here we can do that for add and also for I guess we should do this after we check. If the old name is immutable, then we can't muck with it, so we might as well just skip it. And then only do that work if we are able to actually change that. Okay. And then this can actually be also that, so that we don't need to do this in every case. I'm going to leave that as it is, because it should be provided with the correct thing. Okay. We should still be nice about telling the user, but controller test, we want to make sure, right? Anyway you end up, these are all going to be broken now. Because, oh wait, no, that one's fine. Add tag. We can still do that, that's fine. Is that not? Hello? Is my multi... Oh, you dog. Add caret. Shift G. I don't want N though. At. I can never remember where this lives, and it's one of the very few things that I care about. Add characters and selected lines. You're somewhere in keyboard shortcuts. Map. Caret. Add or remove caret. Alt shift click? No. Alt click. Remove whatever other bullshit that used to be on. Okay, now need to close you because reasons. There we go. We should also do a test for updating a tag. We forgot to come back and do that. We have our test tags. That's fine. And because this is a controller, not remove tag, but what do you call change tag and index? You can be the one. You can be the one. We don't need to add you. Index 1, let's say. Tag 1. This should be 2. And it should contain that. And also, we should do that. That should be false for the reason this should be this. This should actually be true. Updated tag not present in list. Okay. What are you? Oh, this needs to be tags. There we go. Okay. This is not the correct. There we go. Update tag. Let's do test add tag. Actually, I can do sanitize tags directly because we pulled it out into a function. Sanitize tag with spaces. We should also do some other stuff here. We'll say that you're that. String expected tag should be that. Result is ooh, but you're not in the same. can't get you because you're private. God damn it. Can export you. And you are technically static. I'd rather do that. Like, it's fine if somebody else was to use it. It's not really for you, but like whatever, right? This is why in Go it's really nice that the tests are in the same module as everything they test, so you could do this. We could still test it indirectly, but that's just more code, right? It's fine. Test tag expect result expected tag reason tag not sanitized correctly. All right, this should go good. Love it. Let's do another for leading and trailing. Like so. That should still end up being foobar. Cool. Let's actually put you after. I usually go from like least complex implementation test to most. Just for organization's sake. Let's do multiple spaces. So, and there's a tab in there as well. Shouldn't care. It should just all collapse down as a white space too. Yeah, perfect. We should also do mixed case stuff about it. Well, yeah, let's do this. I can go here. Doesn't really matter, but makes me happy. So we'll do it. And everything's still passing. Love it. Okay. Let's do a commit for this part. Tag controller and the test. Add a helper to sanitize tag name inputs. Add tests for that helper. Easy peasy. Now you over here in my editor. This is not my editor. You're my editor. There is a, and I need to look up Dart text field acceptable format. Input formatter. Nope, you're not in that one. Text input formatter class. Okay, that's why. Oh, character's length. Interesting. Text input formatter. So, matching or not matching, particular pattern. I don't want to replace things. I want to disallow. Oh, I see. The function, okay. And allow only allows my filter. It's not clear to me if I need to provide this replacement or not, but we can do text field input formatters. This will be a list of text input formatter, I'm sure. You need to be imported, that's fine. Okay, so we can do an allow regexp. You need to be A through Z lowercase 0 through 9 is fine. I don't care about that. Underscores are permitted. Do I want to permit letter or numbers? Maybe I don't. What if I just say that? How does that behave? Like, it's allowed in the sense of this. That won't sanitize out. But if I was to try to do... Why did it do a W there? That was weird. If I try to type a 3, it does that? Guess I'll do that instead. I'll just give it a specified one. See what happens. It still does that. Why would it do that? That's bizarre. Yeah, this should be defaulted to an empty string. And it shouldn't be submitting it. Why? It's not this, is it? It shouldn't be that. Nope. Okay. Oh, is it because I gave it to... I guess dashes would be allowed as well. That makes sense to allow. There we go. It's because I had two things in there. Now you're just not allowed to type in other characters. But we don't communicate those requirements to you. Let's throw in something to help you out there. I guess we could do it sort of like we've got those. We could do a row here. Just so it takes up space, right? And then must be lowercase not even alphanumeric, just alpha. Let's make you a flexible instead of a row. Or are you just a flex? Is that... No, it is flexible, isn't it? It's child, not children. That's fine too. It's just extending off the... out of its box. It doesn't necessarily need to be a row. Oh, but that made it a chungus. We don't want that. Okay, undo that. Back to a row, and then we'll just do expanded so that you make sure to fit. Well, that didn't do it at all either. Would have to expand the child. You're in a column. Aren't you? At this level. Confusing. Maybe we can try that, I suppose. Okay. I don't like the spacing too big. And also text too big. Still too verbose. And I'm worrying about making it too hard to read. What were you called? There's another widget we could use here. Wrap. Takes children again, though. It's fine. That's better. I could do... something like that instead. And then do that so that you go... Ooh, I can't do that though. Not that. This. Trying to make life hard on myself again. There we go. That's better. And then I can get away with not having the text be smaller, just so keep readability. Okay. Let's go with that for now until I have a better idea if it happens. Let's make sure. Oh, I don't need y'all in there. Name field and modal. Yeah. Limit the tag name characters. The input field, add text to tell the user what they are. Okay. And it's starting to get hot and stuffy in here, so give me just a second. I'm going to open some windows real quick. I'll be right back. There we go. It's actually a gorgeous day out there. Let me tweak this just a little again. Possibly not the brightest idea to be wearing a green shirt with a green screen. This is a dark green and that's a light green, so... Stress testing the old setup here. There we go. All right. The... Why are you... I'll sort that out later. Anyway... Let's get filter in here. Right quick. So that we can search this list when it gets large. That's going to go inside of this as well. Be outside of my scroll view, though. We're just going to have a row here, I think. I guess it would just be a text field. Probably be the best widget to use. Input decoration. Let's do prefix icon filter. That's not a that's not the right kind of filter icon. This is the right kind of filter icon. Like so. Let's also do... Actually... I want this to be a suffix, I think. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we like it. I do want it to be an icon button. The icon will be that. I'm gonna need, in this state... I need this really quick. You can be null for a second. Except for it can't be here. This can be... That can default to false. That's okay. This needs to be... this. Okay. And then this. Set state. Filter on equals whatever it wasn't. This needs to be... is the filter on? If it is, we do that. Otherwise, it's an icon... Icons, filter, alt. Did I miss? I had one too many. They're calling it filter alt off. Okay. Now. That didn't work now, did it? And it's because you need an expanded so that you don't get pushed out, right? Wait. There. Yep. Okay. That's not... Why are you not clickable? Not very icon button of you. Is that because... you're not allowed? Actually, this whole thing is not interactable. Is it because you don't have an on-change function? No. What if we just did you? You're still not clickable. Not interactable. Why not? You don't have a gesture detector in here. Text field. Oh, hello to you as well, Dino Nugget EXE. What am I missing here? Why aren't you... oh, the whole thing isn't working. All right, hang on. Maybe I just broke it with the not being expanded for a second. Let's try that again. Jim, in here. A connection, doesn't matter which. Yeah, okay. So, we turn on and off filter. Tags is there. We want to drive these off of tags. That's still fine. Okay. That's fine. Now on our update, on changed here, if filter on, then we do, it's interesting, what are you building? The editor for a mud server's map. Right now we're working on getting tags in here, and we need a filter to only show the tags you're trying to filter on. So if filter on, we need to set state where starts with val. Oop. Have I not done that correctly? Possibly not. Ah, we need to make you a list. Okay, so now That didn't work at all, did it? Because filter was not on. Still not working, though. Why? It's because of this. This... We can do this a couple different ways. Looks complicated. Well, I'm new to this, so everything looks complicated to me, but you get the idea. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of complicated. UI is complicated in general, right? It's kind of a hard thing, for sure. We can do that. We can do... I think I would need to have my tags out here. And it has to be late. And then here... Thinking about the empty... I guess it'd just be... that. And then we'd move our filter up here. Like this. That's not it. Yeah, it is tags. This is widget. You need to be that. That's part of my problem. Otherwise... It's just the whole list. Like so. And then here, instead of doing this, we do filter text equals val. If the filter is on, otherwise we don't set the state. We don't bother. And then you go to there instead. Okay. That allows us to filter our tags. And if we turn filter off, it doesn't. Okay. That's good. I'm quite happy with that. Do I want it to take up the whole top of this thing? Yeah, it's probably fine. This, let's commit. Commit this, add filter for tag names for if/when the list grows. Okay. Now, I don't like how this lives down here when I do that. I want to change that up a little bit, which means we have to reorder these widgets just a little bit. So we have an expanded here. with the column. This, however, I need another column here. I think. And if I could spell today, it would help. There we go. So that outside of my scroll view, I can put you inside the same column. Oh, but that... Right, that will shove me off. Hang on. Back all that up really quick. So I put you in there, you're side of the expanded, so you'll try to grow the whole thing. I don't want that. Hello? Go back to where you were, please. There. So I'll have to do... You'll have to share space inside of the size box. You're not overflowing anymore. Stop it. Stop complaining. Don't whine. Container. This is all inside this size box. He said stop it. You're not a... Yeah. I hate it when it does that. There. And also, actually, this should be its full height always. So this is not inside the column. Space between... I don't know if expanded will fit inside a size box, or if it'll complain about a bad parent widget. You are... That's not correct. Hang on. This is the whole thing. Hang on, I'm losing my mind. I didn't do... There. This is the one. Oh, I didn't do a size box for you. To limit or to set your height. I did a min there though. So that's part of it. Thought it was. Guess not. Put you in a container. I don't have... Can I do a second nested? Layout builder and get my acceptable size is that way. Let's see here. Container ends here. Replace you with that. Then one of them, and then one of them, like so. There we go. Okay, it hasn't complained yet. So then my container height could be constraints max height 5 by 100 times. Let's go 60% to start with. Oh no. Oh no! I don't like that at all. Box constraints forces an infinite height. Ah, because you... Yes. Well, crap. Because it's a scroller, it has an infinite height. I need this to actually be around this, I think. Just gonna mess up that. Wait. Container. Okay. But then I'm overflowing those guys. This does not. Oh, because I put on my... This needs to be allowed to grow. But I want this container. Yeah, this is a flawed approach. This isn't going to make it easy to do what I want at all. Let's get you out of here. Just roll that all back. Okay. This is the full child. And I'm 99% certain that this is not allowed because of that scroll. Same reason we had that other problem, right? Just to make sure, yeah. Incorrect use of parent data widgets. Get rid of that again. I want you... That's expanded. Within the parent. And I don't have... Yeah, I would need to do... In the container there... I believe... if I do an inspector here, select widget mode, and get something kind of close, because it, there we go. So column, that's not what I want. And the tags, so alert dialog, there's my column. That's the row. For the filter, this is my scroll view. And that makes sense. Oh, the scroll view does stretch. Okay. My container actually is stretched too. There we go. Okay, no, it's not. So the container needs to grow within... The scroll view is actually correct. I can't expanded you though, right? Because that's unbound. Oh no, it's incorrect use of parent data. Oh, because scroll view, yes. How do I tell a container? I would need you to grow, right? So I've got the container is you. Adding, and then the column inside is getting constrained. It's not asking to be bigger. The column inside here right here. If I take the min out of you, you don't grow. What if I gave you max instead? No, you still don't want to be bigger. Why don't you want to be bigger? Column. The parent column again. Container. I would need to do a column in here. Around this container. So that the container can get expanded. It has a parent that's a flex widget. Is that true? Or is that fake? Fake news. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Because you're a scroller, non-zero flex. Am I dumb? Do I just need to put you around the scroll view instead? That might be it. Yeah, I'm dumb. That's the answer. As usual. Making life harder on myself. Okay. So that tells you where everything lives, and it's fixed in place with relation to everything else, right? So it doesn't like extend a wonky list. Um, there's no lines separating, but probably maybe that's okay. What was the other thing I wanted to do in here? That might be it, because that puts this right at the bottom there. Everything works out just fine now, just by virtue of the fact that this consumes its space. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Let's commit this. Make the tag name scroller consume all its container fill the whole scroller. Good enough. Okay. So we have that. I want to do something kind of crazy here. Tag selector. Tags. I want you to go in here. Wait, no, this is... That's the other thing. I put you inside of here. That's right. Let's not do that. You already have a folder in here, and until you need to be used by somebody else, we'll leave you in here. This is the modal. I want a... the view here. So that if we need to add a new deal outside of an alert dialog, we can do that. Because I think we're going to need one. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's not. Let's leave it. Let's leave it until we need it. Like, it's getting pretty big in here, but, like, it's not the end of the world. Okay. But, speaking of this widget to select tags, he was in the... tile data sidebar that we used him. Connection tile, form view, nope. Connection data, form itself. I want to make sure. See, our autocomplete. Actually, no, it would be all in him. Because the tag controller drives sanitization of the names. So, where am I? Here I am. So in the tag selector, in the autocomplete, I have this. But oh, actually, um, I could use this thing that I wasn't super certain I wanted to be public. To do that. So that if you're in here and you're like boop 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 a doop a doop boo, it's gonna format everything for you. We don't enforce numbers in the sanitizer. We do in the UI. So it's an inconsistency there. We allow other things here. Maybe I'm being too restrictive. Like adding this here, good, right? So that if you tried to do like that, like it formats it for you. And that's great. But we also didn't save that tag when we changed it. And we don't have deletion going on everything, but that's gonna be a little bit. I mean, it'll add it, and then you can come in here if you don't want it. Maybe that's fine. We need to check in the future if that tag is used. We don't have the machinery in place for that yet, though. Let's just go ahead and allow numbers in here. And then on our modal as well, add that. We'll allow numbers. You probably don't want them, but like you can add them. But then that's also not... It's hard to keep this in sync. What if... Actually, okay, hang on. Hang on. What if we got rid of this? There is... It's not that. What if we didn't use a filter? What if instead we used an onChanged? And then we do controller text equals current val tag controller, not the constructor, but that sanitize tag name current val, except for I need to, this should probably be value. Oops. Value copy with, and then the text should be that. So anytime you type in here, add new, oh, spacebar isn't working. That's a problem. Does that not? Oh, spacebar doesn't. Oh no. Oh, it's because it trims. So it allows all these other things. Shift just flat out doesn't work. Backspace doesn't work correctly. It also kind of makes it magic, so to speak. Because it's not clear why your shift key isn't working, right? So I don't think I want to do that. I would have to do a deny maybe instead here. So you deny spaces, replace them with underscores. I need one more of them, one less of them. Do I need to give you names? Filter pattern. Any positional arguments? Blocks characters. I guess it'd just be maybe a input formatter. Allows. Okay. So this only can take one, is what you're telling me. So I can deny white space. Which will just silently... That's annoying. Because it's still magic, right? Where is the... there was another... Filtering, yes. That's the allow. Text input formatter. With function. I'm allowed to do this. I would have a value. Old value, we can do that. Using value. New value, that's fine with me. And then I can do whatever I want. Except I can't do this in here. Relax that. Would you allow me? Argument type can't be assigned to parameter type. So I'm not really allowed to do this, is what you're telling me. I'm only allowed to do a filtering in here. Is there... Let's get you out of there really quick. Text input formatter. I really can't do this. I can do this. Was I missing? I bet you I was missing. That pattern would have been this. So I need need to define a regex pattern. Why can't I just like swap these? Why is this so... Like, that's great if I want to do something exotic. I don't, though. I should be able... Allow and deny. Where do I... So allow theoretically has the ability to do a replacement for me. Even though that's just bizarre, right? So here, it would, okay. Anything not allowed, it would replace silently. I would need to add all that and parens. Why can't I escape you? Do I need two? Is that the thing? Why would that not be... Why is that not valid? I could just say... Don't know how I want to handle this. We need to allow parens and numbers for the sake of the the duplicate items, right? In the formatter. I don't want them in here though. It doesn't make sense to make your name that. I think I'm happier with this to stay the way it is. We can omit that just because it kind of smacks of magic. And I don't like magic with regards to that. This might be okay still. It's a little bit inconsistent. Maybe you're just overthinking it. Like, it's fine. Um, and I don't think I can. Maybe I can to string you. What if I did that? Instead of the tag controller. What would that look like? No. That's not correct. That just gives me an instance of. What calls you and how do we call you? I don't think I can use you like this. I don't think that's allowed. Which is a shame, but like, yeah, you know. If we go back to this, this is probably okay for this. I'm gonna leave it like it is until it bothers me. It's not ideal, but until I think of something better, it gives me most of what I want. You can do stuff you can't do in the proper editor, but at least it puts some guardrails around it, right? Yeah. I don't love it. It's kind of bothering me. The other thing we could do, I don't want to just silently change it. I just can't. I can't live with myself doing it that way. I think the most correct thing to do would be to just completely remove that, so that if you add something crazy in the editor, and I'm like, new foobar 21, right? And I hit save, it'll bop convert it for me. It shows you in the moment what it's doing. If you were to try to duplicate, it'll do that. Ooh, thought these were gonna stick for a second. There we go. Why is that broken now? Oh, because the filtering is turned off. Oh, we need to also fix that. Hang on. Before we do anything, remove the constraints on tag name, the sanitizer tag name field. Sanitizer will update it on save. Run the proposed new tag through the sanitizer in the tag adding autocomplete form field. Let's go with that. You. I need you. Can I get away with... No. There's no... If I just throw an empty row in there, that'll do it. Just to give it a width. Actually, we could maybe... Do we want it to be inside... Container... Goes around you. Yeah, I'm just going to leave you empty. It's okay. To ensure the column always has a width. We'll go with that. And I want to default the filter, I think, to on. Because it'll not filter if it's empty. We'll put that into your hands. Ensure the tag container always has a width with an empty row. Yeah, it's probably fine. And default filtering to on. Okay. I think we have quite thoroughly taken care of this widget for now. I think I'm happy with it, or as happy as I can be, pretty much. What's next on the chopping block? We need to come back and make sure that we clean up and rename all the tags in any maps, but that's going to be for when we have the central provider for all things. Because we have to load the whole file to understand the tags and to go through them. Well, we technically only have to load the connections, but doesn't much matter, right? Anyway, that's a job for that's a bigger task, right? So let's put it aside. We need to be able to now handle. So right now, if I was to close you and open the entrance, where we only have the one room that's the teleporter room, right? Invalid vector for determining coordinates. We need to handle that more correctly. And I don't know exactly how I want to go about that. You happen in the room data form. Action data form. Keys, value key. So when we load you... Oh, actually... This right here, right? We gotta figure out if we're gonna put these in the same or in a different... In fact, we did that in the server. We had a cardinal directions and a... others, right? But we didn't change it in the config file itself. All right, there you are. Server config maps. The entrance. We only have tags. We don't yet support reordering tags. You'd have to like delete and re-add on the object. I would like them to not matter though. We have that, we have that. Origin point direction 2. What if we just did something like that? What if we just made it simpler? That's going to make it a little bit harder. Because technically this is on the east tag, right? We could do something else here. We could do like tags 1, right? Or tag 0 rather. We could do that. Ooh. I'm not super awfully mad about that. But I could also do something smarter here with my direction 2, I suppose. Connection. Connection is connection data. Connection data has a vector. Connection vector. Okay. And because... That's right. I remember adding that so that we didn't have to do... Hang on. Tried to go back and realized I was in multiple places at the same time there. Right here. Origin, why don't I not... Action vector isn't defined for type location. Oh, it's on connection. I could rename you just vector because you're already on a connection, so that's fine. This right now is pretty naive, and it will have the same issue. I need to call that though. It'll have the same issue, I believe. Right now, it's nothing. Origin point vector 2. Invalid vector throws an exception. Destination point. Origin point vector 2 destination point. This returns a coordinate though. We'd have to string you. Makes you not even a string interpolation anymore, which is fine by me. This should have the same problem. Why don't you? You're just an empty string. Destination point. Because you're 0, 0. That's why. So and because I don't know at a connection level, like I have no way to resolve a different map UUID. I would have to give it that ability, or the description key. How do I make this user friendly? In a world where we don't know. For now, where's here? Okay, so because we allowed you to be nullable. If it's not null, and the destination ID is not null, and they're equal, then we can do this. Do a vector 2. Otherwise, we don't know what the relation is. Use the first tag. Do I have tags here? I should have tags here, right? Tags, yes. we have tags. Last ditch. Just call it connection, I suppose. Wait. Oh, because this only returns a vector. Where are you used? Oh, you're used a lot. Let's give it a vector string. So this can come down here. And then this can get returned to its original behavior for now. Actually, we could bring this in, right? That would be okay. Don't know the vector. I thought I had in my coordinates a const for don't have one for invalid. I guess this is just it's an argument error. Is there a value? I guess, yeah. Unable to resolve vectors between two different maps. Let's do that. Now, vector to string. We can still do that. We can still do that. We can still do that. Okay, that'll get us at least something out of it. And then you over here, vector string. Except we only replace this. We still want to show, oops, the destination point. Yeah. So it's still east. We'll have to think about how to display that a little bit better. But I think that's going to be a task for tomorrow, because we've been going for 4 hours. So let me go ahead and throw myself a to-do to refine these somewhat for a world in which we have multiple maps. They both need to still make some sort of sense. Okay. So that's what we're going to do for that. But thank you for coming to hang out with me today. It's good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. Today's Sunday, right? Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central, I'll be doing this again, and I'd love to see you. Come on back. If not, you guys have a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road.